All right, welcome everybody. How you doing? We are back with Astortion, I guess. Last time we started implementing an Aseprite processor for Bevy, and I actually managed to finish it and make it work. So there's that, but we still need to improve it a little bit. Aside from that, I finished the playtesting level. The level is complete, and now we just need to fix a few final details, I guess, which is, camera resizing. The fact that currently, if I make this window smaller, the things that the camera sees are also smaller, right? So right now you can see that, for example, this anchor here is right next to the left edge, but then when I resize we can just see more, right? Ideally, the camera would scale together with the window, and then we need to add some sprite for the terminal and make it so that some terminals can only be toggled on and then never toggled off. And that would be it, believe it or not. From the changes that I made, we have some, improvements to the visuals. I'm pretty sure the anchors looked like this previously, but now the launch pads have a new look, and so do the hooks. Right, so now a launch pad is just a little triangle, and hooks are, you can't really see that here, and hooks are a diamond shape. And other than that, I've made a lot of little tiny tweaks here and there. I also imported all the animations from the Unity version. So if I grab my gamepad, we can actually walk now if we walk slow and then run. And yeah, I think that's it. Oh no, I did some other things too. Let me show you in just a second. So I improved the Blender, the plugin for Blender that exports the GLTF files. And now we can define a collection as a property, which will result in a vector of references to other entities. So what I could do technically, and let me see if I can show you that. So I'm just gonna copy this door. Right, and now, where's some terminal? Wait, I'm pretty sure I had it. Is this the terminal? No, this is a hit movement. Toggle, where are you? Oh, you're on this side, okay. Excuse me. So now if I take this toggle here, duplicate it, what I can do now is I can add this to a new collection, right? And call it like the door toggles or whatever. And then I can add this to a new collection, to the same collection, excuse me, door toggles. And now our door in custom properties, instead of the trigger property, it can have the triggers property, which points to a collection, right? And I can just choose it. And so what's going to happen instead is that the triggers will be interpreted as a new triggers component, which is like trigger, but instead of pointing, where a trigger points to a singular entity, triggers points to multiple entities. Although the logic of what would happen in this combination is a bit weird right now, because I needed this for a playtest, so we'll probably have to figure this out eventually. Right, because sometimes you may want to have different effects. But yeah, right now, if I go to the door, Let me show you here. It has the triggers component pointing to both of the toggles, and if I toggle one of it, it's gonna go halfway, and then the other one is gonna take it to the end, right? So it's currently it does like this little addition of the values. Again, it's probably would be useful to be able to say like, oh, this is an AND or an OR or whatever, but we'll see like how far we want to take this, you know, encoding of logic inside of our components. But collections are really cool in like Blender, especially now since I realized that you can add one object to multiple collections. This is really useful. And I might be even looking into in the future also storing collections in the GLTF file so that we can like run systems on groups of entities. Or like maybe not necessarily run systems, but what I mean is add a specific bundle to all of the objects in a given collection. And maybe I should even add this here. Hi, hello, welcome everybody who's just joining the live stream. Yeah, so to summarize, the plan for today is to finish these three little tweaks for the playtest, and then we're gonna go back to the Aseprite processor. Oh, maybe I can tell you how I manage the Aseprite processor currently, because it's also something that I finished. So previously we were sort of thinking of ways to store both the layout information, which is like, you know, the data about which parts of the texture atlas correspond to a given sprite, how to export that, and also the actual image data in like PNG from the same file, which Bevy doesn't really like, because the directory structure in imported assets needs to correspond one-to-one to the directory structure inside of our assets. So if you have one file containing the Aseprite file, we cannot really turn it into multiple files here, at least to the best of my knowledge, right? I'm happy to like hear any suggestions, but we spent quite a lot of time last live stream trying to crack this, and we could not. So second best idea, I guess, is to use labeled assets. So now if we go to the player, wherever the spawning function is, you can see that now we load the texture from the Aseprite file, and then we load the texture atlas layout as a sub-label, sub-asset from the Aseprite file called layout. And if I show you the loader for that, it's really simple. It basically reads the data as RON. I'm currently storing it as RON. We were talking about like using binary and stuff like that, but then I did a quick research and I realized that it doesn't really matter right now, because we can just switch to a different serializer since, you know, it's Saturday. And the RON serializer is already, I don't know if it comes with Bevy or if I'm using it for something already, but I didn't have to add it. So I was like, whatever, we can use RON. It is much slower, but you know, it's not like it matters now. So the raw loader is responsible for like processing the assets. So it runs the Aseprite command to both generate the data layout as a JSON array, and then also export the PNG information, right? And then we read all of this from the files, and we either, you know, parse it into the actual rectangles representing, again, what sprites are contained in the texture asset, and we store it here, or in the case of an image, all we do is we just take the bytes and then we store the bytes. Again, storing this in RON, not necessarily the best idea, because there's just an array of like unsigned integers of size 8. Yeah, but for now, this is what we store. We also extract the animations. That's for the player and stuff. And we also take the size from the meta, because why not? And for parsing the data layout, the layout data from Aseprite, I'm using another package, if I could find it. Yeah, called Aseprite. I gave it an alias because my crate here is called Aseprite, so this is Aseprite JSON, but the actual name is Aseprite, and it contains type definitions together with like Saturday implementations for the sprite sheet from Aseprite. Oh yeah, and then the loader actually constructs the image from the bytes. These are the bytes that we stored in our RON file, and then it constructs the layout. And the reason we're not like serializing the layout using RON is because it cannot be serialized, turns out. We could easily serialize these. In fact, this is what I serialize, just this portion. But there's no way to serialize this, and this kind of breaks. Which to be honest, I'm not sure why does it need this? What is it for? Right, because this is a hash map of like asset IDs to something. Map from a specific image handle to the text, to the index and textures where they can be found. Set by texture atlas builder. Yeah, I guess it does something. What do you do? It's the finish function. Texture to place. Oh, so it creates the image out of like you give it individual images, and then it turns them into an atlas. Okay, I see. I guess it makes sense, but I don't know. I don't know if it has to be contained in this specific thing. Yo, if it isn't a secret, where are you from? I'm from Germany, obviously. You can actually, if you go to my channel, to the About section, you can find that information. Okay, so I think that would be it for the like tour of things that I finished making. Are you eventually going to recreate everything you did in Unity, or maybe some mechanics concepts have changed? A lot has changed. Like already at this point for the playtest, we have like five times the amount of mechanics that we had, because previously in the Unity version all we had was this anchor, and that was pretty much it. Right, now we have the launch pads, we have the hooks, we have the force fields. What else do we have? We have extraction tunnels from Portal, shamelessly stolen. We have walkable walls. This is something that I presented in like really late into Unity development. Things that kill us. Oh, also there's like a little timer after getting killed, just so that it's not that jarring. So the camera just like hangs for a bit, and then the player respawns. I guess the main thing that's changed from like the Unity version is that we cannot really interact with cubes as we did before. Because while it was a cool concept on the paper, it wasn't really, there wasn't really much interesting things that you could do with it, and it was more annoying than like precise. Because in the Unity version, you could like connect yourself to a box like you can to an anchor, and it would make like the box and you move towards each other. Now you can just pick up a box like you would, you know, in any other game. So I'm thinking about what else I did in Unity. The world handling is probably gonna change, because I would like to try and make it one huge world that like loads as you go, instead of having transitions between, you know, boxed levels. So that's gonna change, and then typewriter is gonna mostly work the same, but I'm gonna implement it a bit differently. I have an idea for it. This time without an editor. Yeah, it's just gonna be the typewriter runtime in Rust, which in and out of itself is not that complex. So yeah, I'd say we're catching up to Unity really, really nicely. I guess the renderer is gonna require the most amount of work. But then again, it's really similar to how you would implement it in Unity, because the graphics APIs are quite similar as well. As far as I remember, in your previous videos, you said that you don't want to fight the engine and switch from Unity to Bevy, but now you do a lot of stuff by yourself. It seems it's even harder to manage than Unity's problems, isn't it? I'm not sure I understand what I'm doing by myself. Like, what exactly are you talking about? Because the things that we do here are not really present in Unity as well. Like if you wanted to have an Aseprite asset processor in Unity, you would need to write it. And I'm also like not re-implementing things. I'm using a pre-built physics engine, for example. The whole ECS comes from Bevy. I guess there is no editor, but for that I'm using Blender. And the Blender processor for Bevy wasn't that complex to write. It took me like 3 days, and then we spent like, I guess one and a half live stream maybe improving it a bit. Overall, not like one live stream, but like parts here and there. And already I like it much more than Unity, because we can, you know, actually change the level as the game runs, and we don't need to, you know, pause the game, go back to the editor, and then apply the changes. I can just, you know, move this, save it, go back to my game, see the changes here, continue playing the game. So like, I don't know where you got it's even harder to manage than Unity's problem, isn't it? I don't know what you mean by that. You keep calling it extraction tunnel, but I think you mean excursion funnel. Okay. I may be. See, I'm a poser. I'm actually not a Portal fan. You got me. No, I don't know it stick like this in my head. But you're probably right. Excursion funnel would be the name. We are calling it extraction tunnel. Okay? And then we're not ripping off Portal. This is actually better. This is like the copyright-free version. Shooting us levels were an interesting concept. I still want to do them. But just without hard edges, right? It is possible. Give me a second. Right, if you look at the Ori and the Blind Forest map, for example, they did this here, right? You enter a forest where like you are meant to be sort of confused as to where you are, and the way it works is that it just randomly connects parts of the levels together. And Ori and the Blind Forest is like one continuous world. It's not split into, you know, individual boxes. So it's completely possible to do. I meant like loading textures and assets, for example, but I got you. Yeah, the loading textures is also handled by Bevy. Right, like I'm loading, you know, a texture handle here using the asset server. That's a Bevy thing, and it gives me a handle to an image which is reference counted, so it loads the data when necessary, and then when it's no longer uses, it frees it. What I was doing here was trying to make it work with Aseprite, because normally you would do it with a PNG and call it a day. And again, like there is nothing in Unity that would load Aseprite files directly, because that's the whole point. The whole point is that, you know, I have the Aseprite file here, and then it gets processed into the actual data that I can load. Oh, also here you can see the animation data that I'm exporting. This contains, like, you know, the tagged animations, and this is like the start end for the left side and for the right side. In Portal, it's usually referred to as funnels. I guess that's a good reason to replay Portal 2 again, just to check if you're right. Did you see the recent post by Loglog about leaving Rust GameDev? If so, what are your thoughts on it? I'm not sure who that is, and I haven't seen the video or the blog post, excuse me. So no. I didn't know there was a single world or is in my backlog. You should definitely play it. It's a really good game, I think, personally, subjectively speaking. Yeah, but both Oris feature like one world. I guess there are certain transitions where you like enter a door, right? And like you appear on the other side of the door. But other than that, I think this plays better with the whole concept of having the world based on splines and, like, you know, uneven surfaces. Because having to like split it equally into boxes. I mean, not necessarily equally, right? Not equal sizes, but I feel like having a grid is much easier to do that than splines. But we'll see. There's gonna come a time for level loading. Okay, I guess we can start. Let me just grab my tea really quick. I have 76 games in my backlog. There is still a long way to go before Ori. Yeah, I know that feeling. I literally have Red Dead Redemption 2 on my backlog. So like, I get ya. Okay, starting with camera resizing, I guess. Let's see, how do we want to do that? I guess we can already do this in this system. It's whatever. Just grab the windows. Hold on. Yes, I'm gonna get the primary window. And I guess we can assume that it always exists, because like, why wouldn't it? I mean, if the window doesn't exist, we don't really need to bother with updating the camera, I guess. And you don't have to be mutable. Okay, so the way I'm thinking about this is we want to make the size of the camera based on the width of the window, right? Because the height can change sort of separately, right? The aspect ratio can be different. So let's see, our default orthographic projection is 0.25. And maybe we can extract this. If I remember the shortcut in VS Code, that would be awesome. Ctrl-Shift-R. Let's put it at the top. So that's the camera base size, and we need to store the window base width, I guess. So that would be, you know, full HD. Okay, and then we actually need to modify the projection as well. That's orthographic projection. Okay, do we have any helper functions here? Scale, okay. Oh, there's scaling mode, hold on, what does it do? Ooh, hold on. They already have like a window size, match the viewport size. The argument is the number of pixels that equals one world unit. Ooh, okay, so that's like 10 times easier than I thought it would be. We may not need all of this. But what is the default? Not for the plugin though, for the camera projection. Oh, I guess we would need the orthographic projection. Oh yeah, that's this. Okay. Here, this scanning mode is this window size. Ooh, so I don't get it then. Oh no, that's why it automatically resizes. I'm silly. Yeah, that's why it works the way it works. But there are other options. Keeping the aspect ratio while the axis can be smaller than given minimum. Keeping the aspect ratio where the axis can be bigger than given maximum. Fixed vertical, fixed horizontal. Yeah, that would be fixed horizontal. I don't know what this is though. Let's make it 24. If it's pixels, this is gonna be the width of the player, I guess. Oh, hold on. Okay. $1920, I think. What have I wrote? Oh yeah. You are right. We may not need that though. Let us see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it's because the scale is 0.25, right? So 24 divided by 4 would be 6. So this is abysmal. Why are there no zeros here? I guess we just want this and no scale. Right, I think so. Because if previously it was just window with 1. Oh no, wait, hold on. That's not true, but it looks cool though. Okay, I kinda like how it looks like from like far away. We need to divide it by 4. For 80, okay. Do you have Bevy Inspector EGUI? You could play around with the camera values live to see what happens. I believe I saw you have some other GUI thing. I do have it. Hello Tantan, by the way. Great new video. Guys, if you haven't seen Tantan's newest video, highly recommend it. I have it here, I'm just stupid. You are exactly right. I could just select this. Where's the orthographic projection? Here it is. Yeah, but I guess it works now, right? Yeah, that's exactly what it was before. Thanks, you got it. And now it scales down, so that the width is always the same. Okay, that's perfect. Currently the camera is like really rough, I'd say. As I was making the playtesting level, like it became clear to me, especially with the way hooks work, because hooks, they become available the moment they are in the view. Well, you cannot see that, hold on. Right? And so not having any control over the camera right now, because right now the camera is just like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna center on the player, is making it difficult to like frame certain parts of the level so that hooks are perfectly visible. But yeah, that's not necessary right now. We will handle it eventually. Okay, we're probably gonna call it a day then. That would be it for now. We don't need any of this actually. Okay, good night. Yeah, thanks so much guys for tuning in. Productive live stream as always. See, that's what I get for like not actually looking into the components before using them and just assuming things. Yeah, so now I guess toggle once terminals would be cool to make. Also, as we're making this, I have this silly idea for reflection-based extras for our Blender importer processor, excuse me, which I would like to experiment with. I don't know how viable this is, right? But imagine if we could, right? Instead of defining this as like booleans, if you could just say like, oh, you know what, the anchor property would like give you the anchor bundle, right? And then we would just like figure this out through reflection. But yeah, that's just a random random tangent that I wanted to mention. Future tangent. I have an idea as a gameplay element. what if power cable with a plug that needs to go into a socket and the cable has a fixed length? Maybe some sort of puzzle element, maybe. And like implement a gameplay important rope simulation. Is that what you're suggesting? This could be like a game on its own, if I'm being honest. I don't know if I want to undertake that. Because it's, you know, one thing to like simulate ropes for visual effects, where like, yeah, if it breaks, it's whatever. But when it comes to gameplay, it's like, yeah, it needs to work. If your simulation breaks, you know, the player gets soft locked. I don't know how much of rope simulation it would be. Maybe something physics based, but like if you go out of range of the length, you just drop the plug, not breaking or anything. Yeah, but like what if there's something in the way, right? Like what if you know, unless you don't want to do that, but then what's the point, right? What if the terrain like looks like this or something, right? And there's like the origin of the plug, and then here's the socket. A smiley little socket, right? So like how are we gonna get the cable here? It needs to collide with this. How you detect when it gets out of range, for example. It's possible, right? It's doable. They did that in Uncharted 4, I guess, and then in The Last of Us Part 2. But that was like Naughty Dogs, right? Oh, like that collision, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I fear. Again, this would be cool if this was like the main thing about the game, right? It's like, oh, it's just a game about rope simulations and cables and stuff like that. And that would be the main thing that everything is centered around. Yeah, toggle once terminals. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I went on a tangent. Anyway, let's see it on this one toggle right here. Right, we probably just want a Boolean property. No, I don't want to edit this. I want to add a new one. Probably once. Could be a cool name. Reversed once. Okay, I'll component for that. Reuse this parser actually. Why not? Maybe we can use the same component for something else. I don't know what else could be once. I guess individual excuse me, individual receivers of signals could also have the once component, right? So it's one thing to have like, if you have the toggle be like a thing that you can only enable once, but then maybe you can use the toggle multiple times, but the door has the once component, so once the door opens, it stays open, right? So that would be like a different type of thing that we can attach this once component to. Oh yeah, and here we just insert some once. Doesn't have to be a tuple. Handle activation. Active trigger status has ones. I guess something that we need to know. What would be the logic? Wait, what is this system? What does it do? It changes the status. Oh, it disables the active. Hold on a second. This means that we can... Yeah, we have check availability. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Has once here, and then trigger status. Right. And now we can make it so that it's no longer... It's no longer possible to like even interact with it. So now I'll if statement if status wait, so this doesn't have the reference yet. If status 0 is true and then has once, this means that, you know, this terminal has been enabled and we can no longer use it. Otherwise we can do this calculation as always. And then here we just return false. Perfect. So I guess we don't even need to have this in like handle activation. It's sort of better. We can prevent this at filtering stage instead of at activation stage. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we did. Fields that detect player or something can be once, or the thing that it interacts with if it has such a thing. Yeah, that's true. Triggers can be once as well. Assuming there is no default enabled state, yeah. I mean, why would I set a default enabled state for something that has a once component? Right? If anything, we would probably need some like inversion of signal so that the terminal is off, but enabling it actually turns something off. What did we do actually? Hold on, let's save the Blender level and crash the whole thing. We probably forgot to register something. Invalid collider component for 60v1. Curious. Will it always fail? Yeah, it always fails. What happened here? How did it get to this point? We have an enum that's lacking something. What does it lack? Vertices. It doesn't have a curve points thingy. Okay. Excuse me, I was sipping on my tea, as always. Okay, but so let me just check out of curiosity. Well, first of all, let's just regenerate the files completely. See if that's gonna change anything. No, it still crashes. Okay. So what happens is I'm assuming curve points is none, but the collider type is either a polyline or convex. Well, that's a bummer, but like, is it because of this? Oh, okay. No, wait. That's not even the code that I wrote. Hold on. Is it because of this? Right? That's like literally the only thing that I changed. Man, I love this. My favorite types of issues. Okay, so this is back to normal. This couldn't possibly affect this. The changes to the system, like there's no way. There's no physical way. Maybe we broke something. Maybe I broke something. Maybe it was you. Actually, we'll never know, I guess. Yeah, but maybe it's some change that I made yesterday, but okay, so clearly there's only one solution, right? Okay, that should fix it. Oh wait, I can't do that because we need a collider here. Okay, let's do it this way. Instead of formatting, we're gonna do a little print line, and then we're just gonna return it like a ball. It's whatever, just to have something. You just made me go for some T2. You're welcome. Okay, so that's fun. There's like nothing. There is just an empty void of space. What happened to you? What is your name? Bezier circle located in the empty thing. Amazing names. What happened? Children global transform, name parent selected, transform, view visibility. Oh, so you like have nothing of like the necessary components. It's as if the system didn't even run properly. Is there something happening with the system when I change the Blender file? Hold on. No, at least it doesn't log anything. So yeah, clearly these are missing the curve properties, which is what causes the error. Let's see if this is even like contained in the test file. I suppose no. I suppose not, but we'll see. Just Bezier circle, okay. Yeah, it just has nothing. When next devlog, literally any YouTuber in existence will postpone the next video each time you like ask them when the next video is gonna come out. That's like a universal thing. I don't know if you've ever heard about that. Reset the timer. What font are you using in Visual Studio Code? Reminds me of the IntelliJ one. It is the IntelliJ one. It's called JetBrains Mono. and it's free and open source. Okay, have I changed something here like last time and just don't remember? Oh, let me see. No, I've never even changed the terrain module. Well, that's gonna be nasty. No, hold on. Hold on. It has to be one of our changes. Because I like showed you that I can edit the file and I saved it and it worked. Is this just something stupid like not having the default value for once, which causes every single GLTF component to disappear? Probably, Jacob. It's probably it. You know what the best part is? I thought about this. When this error first happened, I was like, maybe that's it, and then I forgot to check. That's what I get. That's what I get for being stupid. Make it option bool. You can use Saturday default, like we do with other booleans, like the reverse boolean, because it's easier because you don't need to. What panicked? What's interesting is something panicked, but the game is still running. Oh, I'm assuming the asset processor. Yeah, fair. Bool default should be false. Yeah, it is. It is false, in fact. Okay, so everything is a terminal now. From the looks of it. Because this little box being rendered, that's a terminal. This like squarish thing. Let me see. Can I pick it up? Yeah, I can pick it up and enable it at the same time. Fascinating. Oh, where do we have it? I don't see it. I'm pretty sure its name is Cube, isn't it? What is your name? Your name is Toggle. No, I'm thinking about you. It's Cube 004. Which I don't see for some reason. Okay, maybe let's just try to do this. Nope. I hate that. Oh, here it is. Cube 04. We need some search for these. Trigger. Okay, I know what happened. I don't even have to check. Just forgot to remove the negation here. Top level programming only on this channel. Make the character a terminal too. Okay, and now if we resave the file, yeah, it works. So which one of you has ones? The left one. Yeah, so now I can toggle this off. I cannot toggle this off. Currently it's ugly because there is no, and this is on the to-do list because there is no visualization for that. But yeah, we cannot disable it anymore. Dynamic coloring a thing? Brother, you need to like use more words. Red, green for on off, unable to change, gray. So no, because here's my idea. This is something that I do in the playtest, and I'm currently doing it manually, which is a bit annoying. I add like a trigger area around and a little hint for like pressing the E to interact with it. So that's something that we're gonna do in just a second. We're gonna make it so that the E appears above the terminal, or maybe in some specified position, right? Whenever we can like interact with it. So this way we know if it's enabled or not. If there is no E above it, it means that we cannot interact with it. And then we're gonna have two different sprites for like enabled and disabled, probably. With one probably like lighting up with some colors to sort of, you know, suggest that it's enabled. Because we do have that on the to-do list. We have the terminal sprite. That's like the last thing. Okay, so that was a little hiccup, a little nice hiccup. See, that's what happens when I start the stream with like praising my Blender processor. I then like fail miserably to use it, and it's not even its fault. It's just me being silly and forgetting how to write code, I guess. Okay, any errors anywhere? Nothing. Okay, so these are the once toggles, and now we're gonna take care of the visuals and the hints. Oh, hold on, I forgot about this. We also want this to disappear. Okay, but I'm gonna take a quick little break. It's actually not quick. It's gonna be 10 minutes, sadly, because I need to do something, believe it or not. So I will see you in 10 minutes. fashionably late, as always. Excuse me for that. So, terminal hints. Let me think. We already have some hints in here. So I guess we don't really need to set this up manually, right? I don't think there's a point. We can just get rid of this. Parent it here. And then maybe give it some name like toggle hint. Right, I guess this would be the way to go. And then in the toggle, which we should probably rename this to a terminal eventually. Actually, let's rename this now. Draw terminal, okay. I guess that would be it. Okay, so that we're not confused anymore, or at least I'm not confused anymore. So now we're just gonna add a quick little terminal. Oh, now it's called toggle hint. No. Let's call it a terminal hint. Rename this one as well. And then we can add a quick parser bundle for this. If I could get some LSP going. Why is it scanning roots? What's changed? Nothing changed. That's a bit annoying. Where does this come from? Add parser system. Oh, okay, we have this imported, so these two should work just fine. Okay, so this is gonna add, you know, this little bundle. Oh wait, we need to actually define the bundle. Right, this is gonna add terminal hints to every terminal, and then when parsing a terminal, we can probably take care of it somewhat. I guess we can make a separate little parser for that. Why not? Terminal hint parser. So the query is gonna be children with terminal, and then our hints are just gonna be I guess not even entity, right? We don't actually need anything, we just need with terminal hint. So now for each child here, wait, because it's a wrapper. How do we access the vector? I guess we can do this. Does it implement like the reference? I don't know. Good question. It does, okay. So for each child, if let, okay. If, no, we don't even need let. We just need if hints that contains child. Right. So I don't know, maybe in the future we're gonna have other things parented to a terminal that are not necessarily a hint. This is why I'm doing this. And I can just spawn whatever we need to spawn, so. I've been using Bevy, CS, LDTK, and it has a similar system for registering bundles linked to name things in the LDTK JSON. I do find myself wanting to conditionally add components though. See, great minds think alike, I guess. Yeah, it is a really cool feature. I guess you could, if you want to conditionally add components. No, I actually don't know how to do this in LDTK. But when we implemented the bundles, we were joking about writing like an interpreted language that you can insert into the name. So, you know, you could, instead of having just a name, you would have like a bundle 1 plus bundle 2 plus option bundle 3 or something, right? Or like if, and you know, something crazy like that. It's a joke, of course, right? But you know, it is a possibility. We want to get the entity now. And I guess, oh, it's child actually. I guess instead of the referencing it each time, we can just do this. And now we're gonna insert our bundle, which, let's go to hints really quick. Let's see how they work. Okay, so it's all spawned at runtime for some reason. I don't remember why. I guess because I don't think you can serialize a texture atlas. I don't think you can serialize any references to like assets, at least not yet, in Bevy, which is why. And then Sprite has nothing. Okay. So all we need is really just this, right? This is an interactable. Okay, why is it like that though? Oh, okay. So that's gonna give us the hint, but we need some more things, namely we need a trigger. So, okay, and now we're getting to the point which I was afraid of, which is figuring out how we want to access different information about entities when it comes to like triggers. Because right now, you know, we have the terminal, right? And this terminal has like a few sort of properties that we could be interested in. There's, for example, the focus component, right? Which declares or defines whether or not the player is like close enough to interact with this, if, you know, if the E is pressed. And this is what we're interested in, right? So we want to conditionally display something if this is true or false. But then the terminal, of course, also has this a status, which is a different thing, which denotes whether or not the terminal is currently active. So if it's currently enabled. But the problem with our trigger component is that the trigger just points to an entity and nothing else. So currently the implementations just assume that it's status. So let's think. I do kind of, the idea that I kind of have is making it generic. That would be kind of interesting. So we could just say, you know, trigger it for focused component, right? And this would be a separate type of component. And then we could have a generic plugin that would, you know, add a system that handles this specific variant of this generic component. And I feel like that would be the best choice here. So then we would just default the trigger. We would default the trigger to the status component, but it could be anything else. That presumably implements some trait, right? For checking the status. That would be really cool from like the Bevy perspective, but then there's also Blender side, and the problem with the Blender side is currently we just define trigger, or triggers in this case, or trigger here. Then there is no way to say, oh, I want to be triggered by a specific thing. But I guess then we can just like make a modification to the name and be like, you know, trigger focused. Trigger something, and so on and so forth. We'll maybe even have a different property. That would be like a string, and it would be a trigger component, right? And then we would be like status, or focused, or active, or available. And I'm pretty sure we can make third a. Yeah, I think if we were to like spell it out, this is also something that I wanted to check. If we were to spell it out like the equivalent in Rust, I think third a could deserialize it as an enum. I think, but I don't know. Okay, but for now we don't need this because we're going to be adding this procedurally anyway. So let's start with a little refactoring of the trigger component. Which is now called, no, wait, where's the trigger component defined actually? I do not know. Is it like okay, it's a custom module. A little off topic, will there be motion canvas stream in the near future, or does the devlog rule work here? I don't know, I'm considering making another live stream, but last time I did it, the vibes were kind of off. I don't know. I know, I feel like having TypeScript in like the stream title brings a really specific kind of people to the live stream, if I do say so myself. So yeah, but right now there may be, right, half joking. There's probably gonna be another motion canvas live stream, but currently the focus is playtesting, right? So this is why I've been doing like exclusively this for the past few weeks. And we're finally near the end, so there's that. The people who think they love types. I guess you could call them that. So there's definitely a lot of things that I'd like to implement in motion canvas, so it's not like I don't have anything to do. It's just the priority problem right now. Okay. I'm a TypeScript developer. I'm assuming it's a sad little emoji, but it looks like a different kind of emoji with the closing bracket or parentheses, I guess. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh, I'm generalizing the trigger component. Yes, precisely. So this will need a component, and we're also gonna need some trait. Trigger, I don't know how to call it. See, if this was object-oriented programming, I would call it like trigger provider or something. I guess we can just call it trigger component for now. It's whatever. And then there's gonna be a function called get status with a reference to self, and its whole purpose is gonna be to return Boolean. TypeScript's type system is still incomplete. Yeah, we're constantly reminded of that on Hacker News, I presume. Trigger team map entities is not satisfied. Oh, okay. I'm silly. We need to fix the implementations as well. So maybe let's call it something like C. So it makes more sense because it's a component. I don't know. They do that in Bevy. Implement whatever. I guess, no, never mind. I think implementations need the same type restriction as the struct. Okay, what is your problem? Type parameter C is never used. Not yet. Oh wait, no, it's gonna be a problem, right? Or maybe not. It disappeared. That's interesting. Because I may need to add a phantom data. Let's see, is it just a warning or is it like a build problem? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Also doesn't matter. Missing generics. Yeah, unused type parameter is an error. Well, it's a bummer. It's gonna require some more changes, I guess. Okay, so the default one that we want to register is just trigger for trigger status, right? That's our default sort of implementation. Then we're gonna wanna implement trigger component for trigger status, and get status is just self.0. Entity get is gonna be self.entity. The trade bound phantom data trigger status is not satisfied. And why is that? Do I need to ignore phantom data from like reflection altogether? There was a way to do that. So like ignore a specific field. Oh yeah, reflect ignore. Map entities, that's gonna be entity. The streams are so late, it's already 5 AM. You've had several streams much earlier. Will there be other streams earlier? Or are they always so late now? Crying emoji. Oh, sadly, this is the current schedule that we're going for. Because the problem is that I can mostly only stream at night in my time zone. So the stream starts at 10 PM my time. And there's not much I can do until the summer ends, I guess. Like once you know, September, I guess, rolls in and the temperatures start going down, then I'll be able to like go back to streaming, you know, at other times. Because I would like to do that, but currently I'm sort of restricted to this window. I could make them a bit later, right? I could make them start like, I guess, 4 hours from now or something like this, right? And then stream for 4 hours. But I cannot make them earlier than what they start now. Than when they start now, excuse me. Okay, so the default value for trigger, that's just gonna be trigger status. Wait, do I need this? I don't know actually. It's gonna be entity. Maybe we should like implement something for it. No problem. Last time I woke up and you were still streaming. Yeah, we had some longer streams. A few times now. Here it is. I guess we could implement a little constructor here. No, that should work. Maybe. Mismatched closing delimiter. What do you mean? Okay, I'm confused. What's missing? This is this. This is that. I think I'm going crazy. There's no problem here. Oh, okay, never mind. I just had to rerun cargo check. Classical mistake. Or classic, I guess. Okay, and it seems like that would be it, but that's because we have no systems for handling that just yet. Let's go see the errors. Ooh. No, never mind. I was thinking for a second about introducing like an intermediate component, but then it cannot be. If we wanted to have like two different triggers on the same entity, like here, right? One for focus, one for status. The receiver would have to handle that. We cannot handle it. Because then there would be a collision if we wanted to like unify it into one component. That's like the same thing. Never mind, stupid idea to begin with. So now if we wanted this to work for trigger statuses, all we need to do is this. And then instead of doing T0, I mean, I guess in this case we can do T0 because it's not generic. If we wanted to make this generic, and I guess we can do that just to check something like trigger component. And I guess the trigger component actually, if I could import that, trigger component could already like require the implementer to be a component. And then here we actually need this instead. Okay, and now, yeah, this would be C, and then this would be C as well. This would be C, and this would be get status. Right, and then we just do this. And if we ever wanted them to work with something else, we can just add another one of those, but with a different generic type parameter. I don't think there's a better way to do that, to be honest, at least not right now. Maybe if we had entity relations, though I'm not sure if they would be useful in this specific case. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, update input hint visibility. We want some trigger status here. And then we also want focused. And then focus will need to implement a trigger component. Okay, perfect. Trigger platform. Trigger platform, triggers platform. Yeah, I guess we should probably eventually do the same thing for like multiple triggers. Okay, so now here for the input hint variant, we're gonna wanna use focused instead of wait, hold on. Oh no, it's okay. We need to make a new one. And the entity is gonna be whatever this entity is. Right, so we need this to point it towards this terminal entity. Okay, the trade bound input hint variant trigger focus is not satisfied. Why so? Is it a problem with this? No, okay. What about this? Okay, hold on, that's probably, okay, that's just an enum. What is the actual component then? Oh, it's an input hint. Okay, let's make a little constructor here. That's going to be input hint, which is the actual component of this variant. Is there a reason actually? I don't think there is, right? It feels like it could just be, like this struct could just be the enum. Let's leave it like that though. Maybe you're gonna wanna add some additional fields to the input eventually. Although I don't think so. Because the variant, it only stores the variant, which could be its own component. And then wait, so how does it know? Oh, okay, because the variant encodes this. I'm silly. Yeah, so it doesn't need any other information, I guess. I guess we could simplify it eventually. Update mask. Yeah, that could be a trigger status as well. I don't think we're gonna need any. Actually, hold on. Before I go and continue refactoring, where's focused here? So I guess since here we are implementing trigger component for focus, it would be only reasonable to like register the type for it here as well and be like trigger focus, right? Because if we don't do that, then it's not gonna be serialized. Okay, status, get status. Before deciding to use Bevy, did you explore using Godot for Astortion? Yes, I very much dislike Godot, generally speaking. It feels to me too much like Unity. And from my look into the rendering pipeline, I feel like I would struggle even more than I did with Unity to implement a custom renderer. And generally speaking, I don't know, I just don't enjoy using it. I tried using it. So yeah, that's my hot take, I guess. Completely subjective though, right? Not claiming that Bevy is better or anything like that. Where do we register this? Okay, we're also gonna have to take care of the mask. We need to make it so that implement triggers S for masks, because we want to make it so that it can read from multiple trigger sources. Because the way a mask works, this is something that I use for hidden pathways, right? So we have like a pathway here. Imagine something like this, and there's a little door, right? And this door can only be open from this side. And so when you first encounter it from this side, there's a mask that hides this part of the level, right? And then once you enter from the other side, this mask disappears, so you can see what's inside. And the way the reason it disappears is because you enter a trigger area, right? There's a trigger area, and when you enter it, it makes the mask disappear. But then once we enable the toggle, we want the mask to disappear completely, right? So there's like an OR relation. We are either in the area or the terminal is enabled, and then the mask is invisible. So once you open the door, you can see it, you know, wherever you are. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Okay, what else do we have here? Terminal hint, what is your issue? Oh, it doesn't have a default, yeah. Do you know how to use playfab? I don't know what it is, so I'm assuming I don't know how to use it. Okay, terminal hint parser. Let's add it here. Okay, and it seems like that would be it. Okay. So we should have a, which toggle is this? Hold on. Oh, this is the main toggle. Okay. There's a terminal hint in here. However, it has none of the components necessary. Oop. Right, it only has the spatial bundle with a name. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, that's my bad. This should run in the parse relations schedule, so that we know that the terminal is actually constructed at this point. And we can query the children and parents relations and stuff like that. What did you say? Because my stream buffered and had a ad. I didn't know there are ads on Twitch, to be honest. Is it like enabled? Can I disable it? I'm being honest right now. Is it like something that gets enabled once you become an affiliate? I don't know how you can do such complex development on a single monitor. I got used to it, to be honest. At first it was really difficult because I do have a second monitor, but it's, you know, it's where the OBS sits. Oh, okay, hold on, I haven't checked. I haven't checked if it actually works. I don't know, but what did you say to my question? Oh, okay, I see. I say that I don't know what it is. I don't know what PlayFab is, so I probably don't know how to use it. A. Okay, let's reload this. All right, now we do have the components. And look at this, it shows up. And now that it's no longer enabled, the E does not show up anymore. So let's actually move it here. Duplicate this. Reparent it. Oh, excuse me. Reparent it here. Okay, this one always has the E, and this doesn't. Perfect. It's for fun. It gives you more stuff to do in your multiplayer games. They give out mod ban people. I don't understand the question. I mean, I understand what she said, but I don't know what it has to do with me, or why I would know how to use it, or why I would want to use something for multiplayer games. Or what is fodon, for that matter. These are Unity questions, I think. Yeah, I don't I don't know much about multiplayer in any game engine, because I'm not a huge multiplayer gamer. Astortion 2 will be multiplayer, eh? Do not tempt me. Would be fun. Would certainly be fun to make a game like that. Co-op would be sick. It would be. I 100% agree with that. Okay, so this should work just fine. Any errors? Any warnings? Not that it isn't sick as is though. Yeah, I think multiplayer is a cool addition, right on top of an existing game. Like I think even if I wanted to do multiplayer, there would still be a single player campaign, right? Feature. Let's just improve triggers. Okay, one thing that we can now refactor with these changes is the way things like this work. So this is a, what are you? Hint movement. It's not a hint movement. It's a lie. It's a hint targetable. And hold on, because I have a lot of thoughts in my head right now and I need to write them down. Okay. So currently it uses the anchor as the trigger, and the way it works is that the anchor just gets a trigger status component, but we can change this now. Right, so right now what happens is we have this trigger status being added to the anchor, and then when we check for availability, we also update the status, which was a really quick and roundabout way of dealing with it. So we can get rid of this. We don't need the status anymore. We don't need to change it. And we don't need to register it here. And I'm pretty sure I do the same thing for launch pads. Probably, yeah, this trigger status here. Because they, display hints for that everywhere. Oh, and then we need to do this is actually here. Once for input hints, because currently once they get displayed, they sort of disappear. And in some cases, I want them to just stay there forever after they appear for the first time. Okay, where was I? Launch, yeah. Launch doesn't need a trigger status. Because again, we'll just be able to reuse the available component like we did with the focused one. Okay, and then hooks probably do that too. Of course they do. Where is it? Here. Okay, that's better. So now instead we can go to the input hint and we can just say available here, right? And then we go to available and we implement the exact same thing for it. I wonder if there's like a generic way to implement this. I don't think there is. To like implement a function if this is a struct that wraps a bool. But yeah, this should be it, and then let's register this as well. So good morning from Tasmania. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. What are you saying also, by the way? Isn't it your first message? You could implement it for anything that implements the reference target is equal boolean. Ooh. See, now we're talking. Okay. Wait, no, that's not this. Where is it? Available. Oh, it already has the ref. All of them have. Ooh, that's beautiful. That's just straight up beautiful. How would you do that though? Would it be like t deref target bool for t? I don't know, I'm guessing. What do you mean? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Conflicting implementations of trait trigger component for type available. Okay, that's awesome. Mismatch types. That's looking good. So now we can just remove these two. Okay. Awesome. Now we don't need to implement it ever again, I guess. Maybe there are gonna be cases, but Okay, so now the final piece of the puzzle would actually be the deserialization of strings into an enum. If we could do that, that would be the final thing to make this whole thing work. So again, what I'm thinking, new property, trigger component, and that trigger component is a string. Oh, hold on, I need to click OK. And so we just say available here. That's the plan. If that's possible, everything is possible. Let's call it variant so that it doesn't have the same name. I had a shadow ignored comment above. Oh, I see. Sorry for that. What's the issue here? Okay. So I guess the only question is if the default deserialization for an enum is just gonna use the name, if it's like a JSON type thing. Or does this require like the entire path to the... I don't think it does though. I don't see why it should have to know that. Let's just see. Just wait and see. Okay, so it may not work just yet. Wait, why would it work? we didn't implement anything. Something needs to actually handle that value. Okay. Gonna need to take this out. What is this? Name entity map. Okay, so it's gonna be hint entity. No, that's not hint entity. Wait, hold on. What are we doing? Oh, it's a trigger. It's a trigger entity. Okay. Because we cannot really operate on types, right? As far as I'm concerned. So we would need some match in here on value dot trigger components, and then none would be this. And then we can do not even none. I guess that's just like anything. And then we can do like some trigger component variant available, and then we do available here. Right? I don't think there's any any simpler way of handling this. And we can just add these things here. Or not. What is the oh no, they have to be the same type. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that would have to be this way, I think. Although maybe there is a way to simplify that. Again, I do think reflection could be somehow used here. It's just that I don't know how it works yet. We will, however, investigate it eventually. Okay. Let's reload this. Okay, it disappeared. That's good. That's a good thing. What's your name? Hint targetable. It is here. And I need to fix this thing where, like, when I drag the thing and then I let go of it, it sometimes registers a click in this area and deselects things. What am I looking for? Trigger available. Look at this. Anchor 2. Okay. Well, there we go. Would you look at that? That is amazing. Oh, this is it. Okay. Okay. Now, okay. Once for input hints, since you already added. Should be also relatively straightforward. Update input hint visibility. Okay, so how would we do that though? That's the question. Excuse me. I guess a really easy way to do it would be to just remove the trigger altogether. I guess that makes sense if you want them to be like only triggered once. Just gonna take the entity here. Is it remove? Yeah, it is. Then just remove the trigger C altogether. Oh wait, yeah, has ones. And let's see, let's add this to this one. So now I should be, if I enter this anchor, it should appear and then never disappear. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay. Oh, I didn't check. Okay, there are no errors. Okay, so we were left with terminal sprite and then implementing triggers for masks. Or I guess we can start with this, since we're already in the coding flow, I suppose. Yeah, but that's gonna have to wait for a little break. So I'll see you in 6 minutes and we will be back. Okay, so another quick checklist element, I guess. Triggers for masks. I don't think we even have a mask in the development scene here, because I was mostly using it for, for the playtest. I think I even implemented it exclusively for the playtest, not even on the stream, if I recall correctly. Okay, so what are you? You are an area trigger. Okay, let's get an area trigger in here. Let's get a toggle right about here. And I guess let's duplicate this terrain. Maybe like this, it's whatever. Okay, and now I believe all we need is just a mask property here to make it into a mask. Some boolean. And then a data block for the trigger. So let's make this area the trigger. Let's see if it works. Yeah, so this in and out of itself works. Now what we want to do instead is make it into a triggers property with a collection, right? And then we can, I guess we can remove this from the collection. How can I do that? Is there like Shift and M is linking to a collection. How would we unlink it from a collection though? Oh, we can move to a collection with M. Okay, I guess that would maybe clear the previous collection, but I don't know. Yeah, it seems that it did that. Okay, so now this is in our door toggles collection, and now we're gonna move this to the door toggles collection as well. The area trigger is gonna be using the door toggles collection. So now it's not gonna work at all, right? The door works because it's also linked to the same collection, but the mask does not work because there's no system for it. So the mask is being created here. And is being updated here. Update mask. That's the wrong name actually. Oh, my little brain, my little programming brain is thinking about generalizing it. Because what if we could like turn triggers with an S? So where is it? Where are the triggers? If we could turn this, or maybe not turn this, but like make it also implement trigger component. We could technically do that. It should be technically possible. Not necessarily usable each time, but let's try. If we could make a function what would be that function? Find and get status, I guess, just for now. Or maybe get from query, right? Because what we would need to do is have a query here. Right, and the only problem is that this query would be really rigoristic. I don't know what the word for that is. Rigid. It would have to have the same type signature every time. But you know, it would just take the reference to C. Not to C, to self, I suppose. And then a entity. No. Hold on. Would this be a reference to self? No, I'm silly. I'm thinking all wrong about this. Because like what I have to do is generalize triggers and trigger, not the other way around. Triggers is not like a type of trigger component. I guess the naming is a bit confusing. Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay, maybe let's not do that for now. Let me just... First of all, this is gonna be called update mask trigger. And then I'm just gonna shamelessly duplicate this. This is gonna be triggers. There are no components. There are no generic types, I guess. I mean, I guess we could make it generic, but it would be generic for like every single element here. For now, we can leave it like that. So let's see how does the platform handle it, because the platform already has triggers platform. It's also a really bad name. Update platform triggers. Update platform trigger. Okay, what do we do here? Iterate filter map and then calculate the ratio. Okay, so we take the list of triggers, we resolve them into an actual trigger status. Then we can map them into get status. Let's not iterate over it. We probably won't have to. Okay, so now we have an iterator of Boolean values. I guess we can just filter this. And then just test if any element. Okay, I would like something like any, but just like something that will tell me, is there any element in this iterator? I guess I could do like first. Can I not do? No, not first. I could do like next is some, right? Because that would get the job done. So the Boolean would only be true if there's at least one element, and we should like early out if there is no more. So enabled visibility if this, and then visible otherwise inherited. This may just about work. Yeah, okay. Let's build this and see. No reason to think about this too much. So I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee this time. Okay. Oh, I cannot open the door anymore. Let's actually change it back to triggers. And use this. Is it a toggle? Yeah, use the first toggle here. So you can actually open it. Okay, so now if I enter the mask, it disappears. If I toggle this terminal, the mask will stay hidden, despite the fact that I'm no longer in the trigger. It's a simple OR value, that's all I need for the playtest. Obviously, ideally it would be generalized somehow. To do implement triggers for masks. Okay. Let's go. See if there are any errors. Okay, so I guess terminal sprite is the last thing that we need to do. Okay, so I'm thinking something simple. I'm probably gonna just like do the same thing I did in Unity. Something like this. Okay, and then yeah, let's keep it simple. This would be it, maybe a little bit higher. I guess it doesn't have to be like 24, right? What is this? What are you? 13? I guess it could be like 16 by 16. Like this. This would be, this is normal, this is enabled. Do it in a really simple way, and this is gonna be, actually this will never happen. This is gonna be enabled and disabled. No, that's not what I mean. This is active, but you can no longer interact with it. So the thing at the top just disappears. That's programmer art, it doesn't have to be beautiful. Okay, now we have our terminal and we can swap it nicely. Terminal parser, terminal hint parser, handle activation. There is no spawner, so we're gonna need a spawner. That will run for any added terminal. Okay, what are we gonna need here? We're gonna need a an asset server first and foremost. Okay, you are a handle to the image, and you are a handle to the atlas layout. Although this may not be necessary. I think this can be inferred. So we're gonna just insert Sprite as it is. We're gonna insert an actual Sprite bundle, default, and then we're gonna insert a what is this? Atlas image bundle? No, that's not what we want. It's a UI node. Let me remind myself. Oh, it's just texture atlas, okay. Yeah, so layout is just layout, and then index is gonna be 0 for now. Gonna update it later. We don't want to return this. And this can run on update, which we do not have anywhere. Anywhere here at least. Okay, and now draw terminal, we can update this. Make it a mutable query, and we're gonna be modifying the texture atlas. It's like a mutable reference to the atlas. Okay, so atlas.index is gonna be equal to what do we have here? We don't need to display anything when it's focused, because that's gonna be handled by the E being displayed above it. So I guess we can have a little match statement here. Okay, so if this is true, maybe let's start with false. Status is false. Wait, hold on. Wait, we do want this as well, because that's like availability in general. So we do need a variant like this. Yeah, that's gonna make sense. Don't mind me, just moving them in the most inefficient way possible. Okay. So instead of focus, we want available. Okay, so first we have not enabled, not available. It's gonna be 0. Then we have not enabled, available. That's 1. No. First we have available, but not focused. That's gonna be this one. Excuse me, that's gonna be this one. So enabled but not focused, but not available. Oh my god. Enabled but not available. So difficult. This is gonna be false true. So disabled but available. And then finally we have true true. Enabled and available. What's the matter here? Is there no method name get status found for reference trigger status in the current scope? What do you mean by that? Is it because it needs to be imported? Yeah, okay. We don't return this. This has to be mutable. There we go. Okay, something's a bit off. Oh, I know what. We're gonna take care of this in just a second. Will the button glow? No, I don't think so. I mean, not in this version. Definitely not, because we don't have any lighting set up. Yeah, so what we just witnessed here is the layout not being generated. And that's actually on our to-do list. I mentioned this at the beginning of the live stream. We need to make the Aseprite importer allow us to like define custom layouts to store. So the quick idea would be to just have like settings for the layout here and then use that to generate it. Because right now wait, that's the wrong loader right here. Right now what we do is we iterate over the frames that we get from the JSON from Aseprite. This JSON looks like this, right? So you have frames, you have the file name, you have the coordinates on the overall texture. This is what Bevy needs to display the atlas. And this is nicely generated if you're exporting from Aseprite, if you're exporting an animation, right? So like I have it here. If we go to like exporting, right, I can sort of select a few things here by columns, packed. I'm pretty sure there is like split tags. No, there's something that allows me to, instead of having like one long line, order them by tags. I don't remember how to do that though. I do have it in my exporter though, because it does it. Split tags, split layers, I don't know. Oh, like this, by rows. So this is how we export it. And then it's, you know, it nicely exports the data like we want. But here, in the case of a terminal, it doesn't do that because we don't have the layout information. And as far as I'm concerned, Aseprite doesn't have a feature for that. Though I've seen some forum posts asking about it. Because it would be awesome if we could like define, hey, this is my atlas. Because like some things are easier to edit this way than having an animation. I guess we could make it into an animation just to see how it would work. Right, we can make 4 frames. And then here, this would be the next one. Here, this would be it. And then the last one would be this. Now if we run the game, it should probably work. Yeah, we can see the terminal here. Now it's available, now it's not. Now it's enabled. And it's no longer available because this one is like a use once kind of thing. And then here, we can enable and disable it. Okay, so we can leave it like this, and then go back to the Aseprite thingy. I mean, I guess this is the next thing I wanted to work on because we did everything I needed for the playtest. Let me see how it would look like if we were to position it correctly. So I guess what does it mean to position something correctly? That would be it. Okay, so I don't like this. I don't like the fact that I need to like manually position it at a specific height. So maybe let's try making it so that the pivot is at the bottom. Right, and this may actually be possible with Bevy, I don't know. There's an anchor, right? That would probably be it. And that just make it bottom center. Actually, let's use the specifier here because we have a component called anchor as well. Just to not confuse them. Somebody mentioned the other day that the default is like a function from Bevy, which it is, that is true. But it is surprising to me because does it mean that I can call any function I want in like this thing? As long as it returns the instance of this struct. I wonder. I don't think I have anything to test it on. Yeah, anyway, here it is. Oh, yeah, but it's not gonna be on the ground because there's one pixel. Hey, you got the Aseprite loader working since the last stream. Yes, I did, that is true. Did you end up needing to concat the information or did you get something else to work? So, yeah, I'm using sub assets and I'm not storing them as binary. I'm doing something much worse, okay, but it's temporary. So in the raw loader, I prepare all of the data and put it in an Aseprite asset, which looks like this. And the image data is just a vector of U8. and then I just serialize this to RON. So, you know, eventually we could serialize this to like a binary thing. But since I had the RON serializer on hand, I was like, whatever, I can use it. So right now, this is how the serialized Aseprite file looks like, right? We have our size, we have the textures for the layout. This like, there's a lot because that's the player. And then we have a long array of just bytes for the image, which is awful, you know, definitely would be better in binary. But again, I'm pretty sure we can swap the serializer for anything else that supports Serday, right? So we can do that eventually in the future. Regarding calling default in a struct, you can use the spread operator on any value of the struct type. Oh, so okay, that's awesome. Do these values need to be like copyable, or do they need to like implement copy, or what happens to them? Or is the struct consumed? Does it take ownership of the struct? They get consumed. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna have to define a custom anchor, I suppose. How do they work? Minus 0.5 and 0.5. Top left. Okay. I wonder. Hold on. I wonder if they implemented into. No, they did not. They have as vector. Would be cool if I could just like do this, right? Instead. Okay, new. So x is gonna be 0. There is no change, and now we need to calculate the bottom one. So if this is 8. My brain. What is 7 over 8? 875. No, that's not true. That has to be 7 over 16. Yeah, I guess I can just type it in. I don't need to calculate it. It's gonna be 7 over 16. Negative 7. Okay, here it is, in all of its glory. Oh, I hate that actually. There is this little... Okay, it's not visible from here, but I can see it from here. There's a little gap. Gonna have to account for that, I guess. Instead of -7, we're just gonna do -6. So there's a 1 pixel overlap. And I guess we're gonna account for that. Like this. If I did this correctly, it should apply the changes to like everything. Yeah, look at this. Oh, but now the bottom light is not visible. Hold on. That was silly of me. Should have done this instead. Yep, and there we go. So I move this anchor and now I cannot go back. Oh no, Blender, what happened? It froze for a second. Well, I can't go back anyway because there's a wall in my way. Okay, that is amazing. And now the final test. I guess it's difficult to see. So what we need to do is make sure that the masks are on top of everything else, right? Because otherwise, if we have some like Z fighting here, which I have seen happening before, right? Like if I take this, put it here. Interestingly enough, oh yeah, here it is. You can see all Z fighting happening. Yeah, it happened like once. Not the usual Z fighting, but yeah, we need some form of an order for this. So the mask is always on top. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea how to do that. Let's see. It's like none of these are helpful. Material mesh to the bundle. That's what I'm using. Look at this. How do I assign textures to 2D meshes in Bevy? Sort spice by y-axis. Which rendering layer an entity belongs to. Cameras with this component will only render entities with intersecting layers. Okay, but that has to be something else, right? Wait. This may sound crazy, right? But what if we just move it like this? I believe the Z-axis controls the render order in Bevy. Yeah, it seems so. Okay, that's awesome. Well, that was a quick fix. Quickest fix ever. I guess we would probably figure this out differently. Eventually. I think, because I don't like the idea of having to like manually go in Blender and like, oh, you are in front and whatever. Maybe we could use collections for that. Because I'm also thinking about parallax layers in the future. Yeah, but that is not playtesting related, so. More than that, a sensible quick fix. Yeah, like it makes sense, right? Doesn't make me hate myself. Okay. What have we done? Oh, we added the icon. Okay, I guess we don't need you anymore. Are there any errors? Nothing. Okay. The to-do. That's everything for the playtest. That is awesome. So yeah, the playtest is ready, by the way. I mentioned that at the beginning of the live stream. The level is complete. I just need to apply these little changes that we made, so that the things look better. I mean, look better. It's not really about the looks. For example, the reason we were adding a terminal icon is because of the masks. Because in the playtest, when there are like hidden passages and behind the masks there are terminals, before when we are using gizmos, the gizmos are always rendered on top. So you would like, despite the fact that the mask was supposed to hide the passage, you would see that there's a terminal, you know, behind it. But now since this is a mask, you know, we cannot see the terminal when it's nicely hidden. So that was the reason we added this. Terminal sprites. I mean, you could define a component that overrides the dev value if you don't want to manually move these around in Blender. Yeah, like I was thinking about using the parser to just modify the z value. But we'll see, because I have a dream, okay, and this is a crazy dream, because my current implementation of the pixel renderer renders every layer separately. However, if I could construct a depth texture that matches the depth of the layers, I could render them all in one pass, just with different perspective matrices, right? And then this would be just one pass instead of 16. So it would be just like one giant HD texture divided into 16 things. And then we would construct a depth mask, which is like, you know, this is 0, this is 8, this is 16, whatever, right? And then when we render our meshes, we use the equal comparison. So despite the fact that, you know, after transforming the mesh to fit this square, the mesh may like overflow it, it will not matter because of the equal depth comparison. So we're just gonna end up with the layer being here. And this would be like the fastest possible, I guess, way to render this, instead of iterating 16 times over every single layer. So what I'm getting at is that I will definitely use the Z axis for ordering. That is for sure. I just don't want to manually set them up in Blender. What was I doing? I forgot. Oh, I wanted to quickly check something. The spawn point, how does it work? Nobody knows. Spawn parser. You add a spawn point. Insert resource. No, that's the wrong thing. How do spawns work? I don't remember. I generally don't remember. How did we implement them? They don't even have like a thing, checkpoint. Oh, okay, because it uses parser bundles. Update checkpoints, collision events with checkpoint. Okay, I see. I guess we can leave it like that. I was thinking for a second that maybe I want to make it possible to like have a checkpoint when you interact with something. So like, oh, you interacted with a terminal, we're gonna add a checkpoint. But I guess it doesn't matter. Like we can just wrap the terminal in a box and call it a day. It's not a big deal, not a biggie. Choo. Okay. All right. So now now that the work is done, yeah, I guess I'm gonna take a little break, and then we're gonna spend an hour trying to make the Aseprite processor generic, because currently it's really specific to the player animation, to the point where it like checks for the left layer and the right layer, because that's how I manage, you know, the things. So like, let's see. Like here, for example, here's the left layer, right? Which is, you need to imagine it mirrored in the other direction. So the AST1 is on her right arm, and here is still on her right arm, right? And then I just separate these into individual animations based on the layer name, which is probably not something I'm gonna be doing for like every sprite in the game. So we'll need to look into that. Okay, but first the break. See you as always in 6 minutes. Okay. So, my idea currently would be to define some settings for this asset loader and just have them in the meta file next to the Aseprite file. So this would be like here. It could be loader settings or it could be saver settings. Loader settings is probably the proper place because it is the loader who like constructs all of the information. So the way I imagine this, there would be some public struct Aseprite raw loader settings. And then Aseprite layout strategy, I guess. And then there will be animation, none, and custom, I guess. Oh, it does an enum. And we want to serialize and deserialize it. Same for this one, okay. Okay, and now when it comes to the custom, it's gonna have to be a bit more complex, right? For custom, I suppose we can just take a look at the normal layout in Bevy and see how it's generated and sort of copy these properties. Texture asset layout, texture atlas layout, excuse me. New empty from grid, right? We would need this, basically. Maybe this could be called grid instead. And then like this. No, because then we cannot have, can we make this a named thingy? I think we can, right? Can we do like this? Of course we can. Guessing the syntax, as always. Well, you don't need it right now. Might make sense to move your command line flags into the settings struct as well. Yes, we will have to do that. Like for example, we're not even gonna generate the data if if we have like the grid-based layout, right? Because we don't need that whole thing. Yes, split layers and tags. You're right. That could be in the settings. Again, I'm pretty sure they only make sense in case of the animation though. Because split tags and split layers. Wait, I need to research the CLI documentation for that. So a sheet is image file to save the texture. Interesting. So does it like, Because what if I want to split all layers to like separate files, right? How would that be done? I mean, it wouldn't work with the current exporter anyway, because we don't support multiple files. I guess we could... No, we couldn't. I mean, I guess we could technically like combine them in one file, but then that's just a texture atlas, like literally. Yeah, I'm just not sure what would be the result of like applying split tags. To a non-animation. I guess it would just split the tags, but there is no tags. You cannot have tags without animation. Anyway, we can leave it here. We can have the sheet type as well. Do I specify it, or is this like the default thing? I think it's the default. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. How is this a default though? Or maybe it just exports it differently and I don't know. I wouldn't know because I cannot see the resulting image. Anyway, okay, let's just implement something instead of constantly thinking about it. Okay, so this is necessary for the grid and then for the animation. Just for brevity, I just add settings values, the CLI arguments you're currently using, and then have vector string for other flags. I guess that is possible. But also, I don't know, I'm gonna revisit this, you know, once I need another flag. I guess that's gonna be the best way to do that. I don't think I'll ever be in a rush, you know, so important that I need to like really quickly use a new flag in Aseprite, and I don't have time to just add it here. Okay, so this probably should be in the animation, so like mirrored. I think the other logic is sound. Because then this is just copying the values from the thing to the textures. Okay, so this is gonna be our new settings. They will destroy, or maybe not destroy, they will not work with this meta file, I think. Okay, what is your problem? You need a default. Okay, now we have the settings. Okay, so this whole thing with like sprite sheets and things is not really necessary. It's not really necessary unless we're using the animation strategy. So, okay, let's just store this command. Wait, which one is the first one? Okay, then there's pattern. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. So yeah, let's just match settings layout. We're always gonna use the image, so I can do this first. And then here, if it's none, we're not gonna need the size, we're not gonna need the animations, we're not gonna need the textures. So perhaps the Aseprite asset should also be an enum, excuse me. We'll see. So then, and this is where we're actually interested in the JSON file, and we were doing the current logic. And then we're only doing this if mirrored is enabled. Otherwise, we don't care about all of this. Now, technically, animations. Wait, no, we still need animations. I'm silly. Hold on. Now as I think of it, we may not even need this attribute. We're just gonna say this is right, like this. So now if the layer is like nothing, or like it's just not right, it's just gonna default to 0 and 1, which is perfect, and it's still gonna export the animations as we would. Yeah, let's do it for now. Okay, and then finally we have the grid. So now we just need to create a custom texture atlas layout. From grid. Oh, would you look at that? It's perfect. And here we can just steal the textures from that layout. Ooh, but we still need size. Wait, do we? No, I don't think we do. There is like a function that does this new empty. Yeah, it requires dimensions. So I'm assuming that this function also calculates dimensions, right? I mean, how else would it work? Yeah, the size is here. Is it public? It is. Okay, that's awesome. So no problem there. Okay, just like that. Where's the asset? Aseprite asset. Yeah, you're gonna be on enum now. Image with layout. Okay, it's not possible to do. Has no field image. What do you mean? Oh. Oh wait, well, I want image, not size. No, this is image with layout. And it's the exact same thing here. Okay, nicely done. Is there a way to attach arguments conditionally? I don't think there is. split tags if that's the case. And then split layers. And we'll be adding them here, I guess, as time goes on. Okay, so now back to the saver. Oh, not even the saver. Back to the actual loader that loads them at runtime. Mute command if blah blah. Mute command if blah command args could put in a trade as maybe args. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, or like arg if or something like that. Could be done, could be done. Yeah, but I'm not gonna do it though. That would be crazy for just these two usages. Okay, image. We have image and then we have the layout. So we're gonna need a match over the value here. Actually, let's make it like this. Hold on, let me think. We can just take the image from here, right? Not care about the rest. Can make this into a little union. Like this. And then return this. And then this is the image. Perfect. And then we can do if let Aseprite asset image with layout. We don't care about the image, and we actually don't care about the animations as well. Okay. This is textures, this is size. Almost. Use of partially moved value. Partial moved occurs because value does not implement copy trade. Yeah, I only want a reference. And then we can deserialize this. Deserialize this. Deserialize the reference. Borrow of partially moved value. We also want to match this as a reference, and then this shouldn't be necessary. Okay, perfect. Does it build though? That's the question. Okay. We have some interesting results here. Look at them go. What happened here? The panic is unrelated, by the way. We don't worry about that. Path not found, terminal Aseprite. Path not found, terminal Aseprite. Error, fail to process assets. Spanned error, missing struct field. Oh, okay, meta files are outdated. But these should be okay. Oh, but we don't have the settings. Okay, so that's perfect. All we need to do, I guess, is just go to our other Aseprite files, remove the meta. That should work. And then here, we want to split the tags. And the layout is gonna be animation. Oh, it's just animation, it doesn't have anything else. Okay. So that's great. So this should get us back to the same settings that we had initially. Okay. That's awesome, and now the terminals don't work. They all look so happy together. That's true. Beautiful family. Where's the terminal? Here it is. So now we're gonna test it out. We want this to be a grid. A grid. I'm not sure. Oh, you do this like this. Okay. Let me steal these settings. Tile size. Can I just do this? I wonder. I think that is how vectors are serialized to run, if I remember correctly. So tile size is gonna be 16. There are 2 columns, 2 rows, no padding, no offset. Okay, now it doesn't work because we need to modify our terminal back to the previous state. Well, let's leave this. Actually, no, let's undo all of this. Yeah, it's gonna be the fastest. Yeah. So we want them to be bigger, and then we want to expand this a little bit to go underground, if I may. Okay. Oh wait, where's the game? The game is running, but I cannot find it. Oh, okay, here. Okay, that's perfect. Let me save this also in Bevy as Aseprite. Also, maybe we should switch to like Ace. That would be faster to type, I guess. Okay, and how big are you? 24. Okay. Steal this, put it here. It's 24 by 24. Uh, 4 by 5. Okay, we can remove those. We can remove Jeff, because I'm not using these sprites anymore. Playtest and terminal can stay. Alice is no longer necessary. This is not necessary. Remove all of this. Just so that it gets regenerated, and then input hint. Perfect. Yeah, we don't need all of this. Yeah, seems okay. Although if I'm being honest, this could be an animation. Right, because they are already animated. But it's whatever. Okay, so let's actually get through with everything and also handle collectibles. Do I want to animate them? No, I don't think so. $16, okay. Collectible. Oh, server asset as a server. Okay. Does not contain the labeled asset. I wonder, do they like update automatically when I modify the meta file? That would be cool. So these are 16 by 16, 2 by 2. Well, one of them did. Oh, because the offsets are all wrong, because I stored them with like a lot of space. Right, somewhere in here, yeah. Just 0, 1, 2, 3 now. Yeah, and that's it, that's the index. Yeah. Here they are. That would be it. I guess one quick thing that I want to check. Because I implemented a little thing. Let me like reset the game a few times. No. I made it so that the spawning of the player is actually postponed until the level is ready, so we don't pass through the ground, you know, before the level loads. But I noticed that sometimes it's still not enough. Yeah, like here. You can see that, but we've fallen through the world from time to time, and I wonder what the problem is. So my idea would be that maybe the spawn system runs in pre-update. Maybe it shouldn't. So my guess would be that the thing that spawns the scene, it runs in its own schedule after post-update, I believe. And then Rapier's simulation world is updated in fixed update. Right, and the player controller is updated in prefixed update before the simulation is stepped through, right? Let me check if that's if that's the case. I'm pretty sure it is though. It happens in fixed update, yeah, before the synchronization backend from Rapier has a chance to kick in, and then now the spawn player happens even before that. So my guess would be that there is a chance that the scene loads first, right? This is what happens. The scene loads, and then the next frame, the player is spawned because the scene is ready. And then the player controller updates the physics, despite the fact that all of the objects that were spawned by the newly created scene are not yet in the Rapier context. So any raycasting that we do in this prefix update, I mean, it's not prefix update, but it happens before this in fixed update. There's like one frame where there is nothing, and we try to simulate the physics. And maybe somehow it's enough for the player to pass through the ground, although it shouldn't be. It should be resistance to like a lot of sinking into the ground. Generally, unless the center point of the player passes through the ground, it's gonna get pushed back. And the worst part is that it's really difficult to test this because it happens randomly. But I guess like the easiest solution would be to just run spawn player after spawn scene. So in post update. Right, so now we're just gonna move this. Oh, not this, we're gonna move this. We're gonna move it here. Well, that does not help. We need to move it here so that it happens after the synchronization backend, but before scene update. So this is actually update, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know, I'm gonna restart the game 10 times. If it doesn't happen, it's fixed, okay? I think 90% reliability is enough. Okay, so that's a success. This one. That's 2. And that's 3. That's 4. Do we even have a spawn component though? Wait. Oh, it is here, but it's a bit above the ground. Something happened with this. This whole thing is moved. That's interesting. Let me just grab those, snap them to the ground to make sure they are correctly positioned. Man, everything is like off grid. Must have done something at some point to like move them. Anyway, it's not important. Okay, it seems to be working. Maybe we can even like make it more difficult by like placing this underground. So now this is really close to like sinking through the ground. We're like practically spawning in the center of the ground. Okay, I'm not gonna test it 10 times. I don't have this much patience. It seems to be working. If I notice it not working during playtesting, then I'm gonna be worry about it. Seems to be working just fine. Since we're already here, there is a handle reset kind of thing. And it's used for like respawning the player and setting the spawn point. And I wonder maybe I should add this just in case somebody gets stuck somewhere, so they can just press a button and like respawn in the last spawn point. Oh, we do have a, no, that's the wrong input. We want a different type of input. So input state, gonna need some respawn button There's the gamepad detection. What's the movement here? This. So respawn would be on a keyboard, probably just R. And then on a gamepad. Is there like a menu? What would be the name of this button that like has 3 lines on it? Is it mode? It could be, right? It's either mode or something else. What is a Z button? Oh wait, okay, this is one of those. I don't remember which one is which. Select is gonna be the one on the left, right? And mode is gonna be the one on the right. I'm gonna Google it actually. What is mode button in the gamepad? The mode button doesn't actually give you extra buttons. It switches the left joystick and the D-pad. What? I'm looking for some graphic that like explains this. Yeah, I'm a real gamer, it's whatever. Yeah, but like all I can find is schemes for like a specific game. I know you don't have it yet, but I'd put an unstack button in the pause menu since you don't expect to press it, ideally ever, and accidentally pressing it would feel awful. It really wouldn't, because there's so many checkpoints that it doesn't like... there is no penalty for dying, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but it's just for the sake of playtesting. Probably the button ideally would not exist in the final game. Although actually maybe it is a good idea for a button. Or maybe, yeah, like you said, it's probably just an option in the menu to restart the game. That is not a game, an Xbox controller, I'm pretty sure. Okay, the left one is select, the right one is start. Okay. Is there a start button? Yeah, okay. Here I go. That's not interactable though. That is a restart. No, respawn. It's good to keep it, but as a menu option, yeah, I agree. Input, respawn, pressed, and then input. Oh no, this can stay here. This can stay here, but I guess as a config feature, is that how we do that? Dev. Wait, that's the other way around. That's my debugging thingy. Modifies the spawn position, and then this is the actual thing. Okay, and I still need the keys. You know what? Let's just... handle custom checkpoint. What is this response resource button input key code? Okay, this doesn't have to be mutable. Okay, we're only gonna register this if we are in the development feature. And now we go input respawn pressed. Okay. Check for debug assertions as the feature for conditional compilation. That's a standard in Bevy games, since we will normally make custom build profiles. But I already have a dev feature. I may look into that later, but currently it doesn't matter. Okay, and here this doesn't have to be mutable. Okay. Okay, custom checkpoint. This should not run in update. It should run in fixed update, and then handle reset needs to work a little bit differently. We don't need to modify the transform. We want to do the same thing that damage does, basically. So switch the state. Or even better, we can just add taking damage. Really simple solution. We're just gonna kill the player. Or the character, I guess. Fix pre-update. Entity, we don't need the spawn point at all. Let's see if it builds. And I sink through the floor immediately. Well, that's a bummer. I guess I'm gonna have to look into, I don't know, some sort of a timer. It's really difficult to fix it without knowing what is actually causing it. And without being able to replicate it. Ooh, now it happened again. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's gonna just happen every time. That would be awesome. Ooh, seems like it does. Okay, if I run the debug build. Okay, seems to be working. I mean, it always fails. We always sink through the ground. That's awesome. Okay, so now we just need to pause on some special thing. I guess the spawn system would be good for this. Oh, I cannot move a window when the debugging is paused. Okay, and then the next thing we're gonna pause on is gonna be the physics step. Okay. So the player already exists. It's awesome. Let's go here to see what the distance is gonna be. Yeah, so the distance is negative. And let's continue that. And let's see when we hit the else. After a while, so it is like doing something. What is the distance? Technically just the offset, okay. And then there's the next frame. And then another one. Where's position? Position is like -28, okay. And it doesn't seem to be changing that much. Okay, so let's just let it go. See if it even happens. Yeah, no, it does. Or freeze the player in stasis until player input. But there can be player input before the level loads, right? What if somebody like holds the key? How has your experience with Bevy been over the past dozen streams? Run into anything that is particularly annoying yet? No. Nothing that wouldn't be like my own fault. Because that's always what it is in the end. It's just me doing something stupid or forgetting about something. I feel like a timer would fix that. But I don't enjoy the idea of that solution. Of just having a timer. I mean, obviously right now the problem also is that, you know, this is like nested in the ground really deep, and this has been moved. again. If we move it a little bit higher. Well, I know earlier on you mentioned certain problems don't fit the ECS paradigm. Yeah, but like, is it annoying? Right? I feel like we would need to agree on like the definition of annoying. Because, you know, certain problems don't fit the definition of a scene graph, right? It is particularly annoying, for example, in Unity, when you need to keep track of some specific collection. And so you need to register them manually at the beginning and then deregister them when they are destroyed. Because you cannot just like query the world for them because it's extremely slow. So if you need to do that like every single frame, you know, that's what you need to do. Not sure if you have the time to care about it, but Log Games wrote a long but interesting article on their 3-year experiment with Rust and their decision to go back to C#. Somebody mentioned that, but like I don't know who that is, and I haven't seen that article. Is there like something special about this article? Because like it went viral on r/Rust. The TLDR seems to be developer velocity and lack of tooling. I did read that their main complaint was that Rust is not great for prototyping and game making. It's great, clean, and safe to write, but that slows you down. So do they have like any games they've made that I might have heard of? Lots of necessary refactoring because you are required to by the borrow checker or something like that. Made 3 or 4 games in Rust, usually made within 3 to 4 months. Interesting. They have a festival on Steam, Bitgun, Hellloop, only a 2 main indie outfit. They value fast iteration over correctness. So what they were using to make these games? Which is fair, although I think the problem they were running into was trying to write game code as engine code, where they should have abstracted to something like Lua. Personally, I disagree with their assertion that correctness and safety slow you down. I think they can only exist in Rust because of its strict rules. They have used Bevy, macro quad, and more, not just a single thing. The article they wrote is very long and detailed. I think one was made in Godot with Rust binding, one with their own engine called Cozy, and they tried out Bevy, though I'm not sure if they shipped it. Oh, Godot with Rust sounds like a crazy idea, though. I'll give you that. Because somebody said the problem they were running into was trying to write game code as engine code. Yeah, using Rust in Godot seems like an example of it. So I don't have any opinion because I haven't read the article, right? Not gonna, not gonna really express anything based on, a really short description of it, because that would be unfair. But I'm gonna look into it. It was called Comfy. Okay. Oh wait, I need to check if I actually implemented this correctly. So if I press F, I should be... Ooh. I should not be. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Why is it not running? Oh, I suppose the feature is not enabled for another crate. Yeah, I would need to set that up. Maybe I'll look into that debug thingies. But other than that, restarting works. It actually kills the player instead of just teleporting them, which is nice because then the camera follows it correctly and stuff like that. So yeah. To do... Hold on, let me find this comment so that I don't forget. Debug assertions. Okay, that's gonna be better respawn. Yes, I spelled it incorrectly. Yes, it doesn't matter. I will not look through the Git history like even once, probably. The title of the article is Leaving Rust GameDev After 3 Years by Loglog Games. Hold on, where was it? Leaving Rust GameDev after 3 years. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at it. Oh, that's a chunker. You weren't lying. So they are the developer of Comfy, but they're continuing development of the engine. They're just like personally switching to C#. I guess I need to read the article. I know. What else were you talking about? Yeah, totally fair. I know some devs think safety in games don't matter, but considering most AAA games have kernel level anti-cheat now, I like to know they took safety seriously. Another part of the article is going into the essentially toxic community of game devs complimenting the technology being built with Rust over an actual fun game. Yeah, it's like the number of game engines written in Rust versus number of games written in Rust. Crazy ratio. The only thing I don't agree with in the article is that they chose to go back to Unity and not Godot, since you can iterate even faster in Godot. Oh, that's a bit disappointing, to be honest. Because I thought, when you said that they went back to C#, I thought that maybe it's the... what's the Celeste framework? I don't remember its name, but you know what I'm talking about. It's a C#. Monodevelop, is that the name? I thought that maybe it's that. But Unity? Or FNA, yeah. Isn't FNA like a successor to Monodevelop or something like that? Celeste uses XNA. Oh yeah. But XNA is deprecated basically, and it was replaced by FNA, right? It's like a spiritual successor to it. Am I getting it right? Am I getting it right? Yeah, re-implementation of Microsoft XNA. Oh, Monogame is a successor now. Yeah, so this is interesting. The concept of like going back to Unity from Rust. But I guess there is some truth to it. See, I said I'm not gonna talk about this, and I'm talking about this. But I'm just thinking, right? Is it like, if your goal is to just make fun games as fast as possible, then like, yeah, right? It makes sense to use something that has like first-class support for scripting languages, which C# is not, but still, if you set it up with like separate assemblies and stuff like that, it can be really fast to compile. See, the problem is that I love programming almost as much as I love video games. And the idea of like programming in Rust is just so satisfying. Oh yeah, apparently FNA is just a way of reviving an XNA code base, whereas Monogame is a true successor and becoming its own thing. Okay. Well, yeah, anyway, this would be a good place to end this live stream. It has solid 4 hours. I have everything I need for playtesting. I'm gonna finish setting up the level, and then I'm gonna announce it to my patrons, I guess, that we're gonna be doing a little playtest. I cannot wait. I already let 2 of my friends play it. One of them played it before. He told me that it plays much, much better now with the new controls and stuff. So I'm kind of hopeful that people will actually enjoy the game. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, anyway, as always, thank you for, tuning into the live stream. Thanks for, helping with programming. And, I'll see you 2 days from now, I suppose, on Tuesday. So yeah, see you then, and bye-bye.